I start off every tattoo by taking a picture of the body part that I'm working on, then I will upload the photo to Procreate. I like to freehand draw the leaves and negative flow where it best fits the body. This helps me to visualize how the design will fit the space. Planning ahead makes a big difference. I'm prepping the skin by shaving the area with some green soap. I think it's important to shave the area really well before starting every tattoo. Hair can contain bacteria and you don't want to push any of those hairs into the skin. Also, it can be really annoying to have the hair on the skin during a tattoo. I'm cleaning the area with a mixture of green soap mixed with distilled water. It's about a 1/4 inch of green soap from the bottom of my rinse bottle. The rest is filled with distilled water. I'm making sure the skin is clean by putting some rubbing alcohol onto a napkin and wiping the area really well. The alcohol will also help to dry the skin out so the stencil will stick better. I'm working in the alcohol, trying to get the excess oils out of the skin. I'm mainly focusing on the angle of the rose and where I want it to lay. I want to make sure that there is enough room around the area to add the leaves and the negative flow. I like to make designs asymmetrical when I can. I'm personally not a fan of when designs are too symmetrical. If something is symmetrical, it should be very obvious, because if you are off by just a little, your eyes will catch it right away. Right now I'm marking the stencil in the area I want the stencil to be. The marks will help me line up the stencil and place it where I want. I like to apply 2 thin layers of stencil stuff and letting it dry to a tacky stage in between each layer before applying the stencil. Right now I'm lining up the stencil with the marks I made earlier, using the yellow marker to help me place the stencil. Once placed, I will press from the center of the stencil outwards to each side until the stencil is completely on the skin. Make sure to apply a good amount of pressure around the whole stencil. Let it sit on the skin until the stencil stuff dries out. Because this area was flat, it wasn't too hard to get the stencil on. Sometimes the corner of the stencil paper can fold together. You can see when I'm peeling the stencil off the skin, it is sticking to the skin very well. If you applied too much stencil stuff, you will see the stencil lines blow up and will lose a lot of the details from the stencil being too wet. I let the stencil stuff get to a tacky stage and then apply it. This is how I've gotten the best results so far. Right here, I'm putting the napkin over the stencil to evenly apply pressure and get the rest of the moisture out of it. So I just noticed that I put the stencil on backwards. I've decided to leave this in the video to show how I would take a stencil off. When you apply the stencil correctly, it's difficult to take off. To get the stencil off, I put alcohol on a napkin and wipe it off as much as I can. Then I pour alcohol onto the skin and gently rub my fingers into the stencil. This will help break up the stencil and get as much off as possible. Here I tried to use some stencil stuff to take off the old stencil. I heard this helps, but I've never had much luck with it. Usually I like to use alcohol, then green soap, then alcohol. I found swapping back and forth between alcohol and green soap makes the stencil come off a lot easier. I just did the green soap. Now I'm going back with the alcohol, gently rubbing my fingers in it. I'm trying to break up and lift the stencil as much as possible. It can be a real pain, especially if it's on some really dry skin like an elbow or knuckles. I'm lining up the stencil and making sure it's in the right direction. I'm using the same stencil as I did before. If the stencil didn't get ruined from applying too much stencil stuff, you can usually get 2 or 3 uses out of it. If you are using the new inkjet stencil printer, you can only get 1 use out of it. After the stencil is applied, there isn't any ink left on the paper. I'm applying a good even pressure throughout the whole stencil. Notice how tacky the stencil is. While pulling off the stencil, the skin pulls with it. You can see how it's sticking to the skin. That's exactly what to look for when pulling off the stencil. I also like to let the stencil dry for a good 10 or 15 minutes depending on the size and detail of the piece. The more detail, the longer you should let the stencil sit before starting. Remind your client not to smear it on their clothes or bend their arm if it's in a part of the body that would normally touch while moving. I'm starting to draw on the leaves, playing around with where I place them. I have my reference on the side. I'm going to use it to gauge where I want to start placing the leaves. There are tricks to enhance a 2D image and make it look more 3-dimensional. It's good to be open to change if you feel like something doesn't fit the area. When drawing the leaves, I start by drawing the direction of the stem and working off that. Usually I won't use too much straight black in the rose itself. I like to put a lot of black in the leaves to contrast the mid and light tones in the flower. This helps the illusion of separating the flower and the leaves. When I'm drawing on the leaves, I'm not exactly sure what I'm doing. I'm just playing around with the shapes to see what best fits the area. Sometimes I will fully draw on the leaves and not be happy with them. Remember, that's okay, you can always start over if you need to. Here I had one going in a certain direction, but I wasn't feeling it, so I marked it out. I start off the drawing with a light marker, then refine it with a darker marker. I quickly mark in my style of veins that I like to do to give me a better idea of what the leaves would look like. I like to make the leaves on men a bit more masculine by keeping the veins on the leaves very structured and as straight as possible. I'm looking at my reference to get an idea of where I want to start drawing the negative flow in. I'm always trying to apply things in an S-curve for flow, making sure that none of the flow is repeating. Anything repetitive can quickly become a distraction instead of helping the piece. I'm playing around trying to make the negative flow in the back look like it's moving back and forth through space. I'm looking for the places I can make the leaf go over and under the negative flow to give it a depth and create some distance. I like the flow to interact with the subject, so I will add some flowing over and behind the leaves. Again, this yellow is all just messing around. If you mess up the stencil, don't be afraid to start over. Here I'm trying to make it look like the negative flow is coming out behind those petals, going up and over into the background. The more I drew, I could see that I started getting a little carried away. You will see when I start using the darker markers, I keep what looks good and ignore the markers I didn't want to include. These Sharpies are really fun to use on skin. You can change a line from thin to thick by the angle and how you hold it. I like to play around to create different pieces of flow. Sometimes it's nice to do a line and see where it naturally gets thicker and thinner to see what happens. You will be surprised the usable shapes that come out of it. I'm pulling out this light pinker marker. Now is where I'm starting to decide what I'm going to keep from what I drew with the yellow marker earlier. At this point, I'm still kind of playing with the shapes of the leaves. I like to do them heavy on one side and not so heavy on the other. I think it makes it a little bit more playful. This one leaf in the back I thought was a bit too much, so I decided to leave it out. Again, I'm not 100% on what I'm looking for. I'm more just playing around with the shapes of the leaves, trying different things and slowly building them up. I try to stay away from anything that looks too straight. If it looks too straight, I will try to add more curvature to it to give it more of a playful look. When I put these lines in, I want to make sure I put them in the right angle and the right distance apart from each other. This isn't the way that you would normally draw a leaf, but I feel it would help give a stylized and masculine look. The edge of this leaf right here was lining up with the tip of the rose petal. This is considered a tangent. You wouldn't want the edge of the leaf to meet with the tip of the petal because it would be confusing to the eye. You would want to move that so they don't touch. I'm going through trying to decide which negative flow I'm going to keep and reinforce with a darker marker. I'm tilting the marker to give it either a thicker or a thinner line. The thin skin in this area is a little harder to draw on with a marker. It tends to catch the tip of the skin and skid over the top if you use too much pressure. It's better to use a light touch. I really like when the flow goes from the top of the subject and falls into the distance. I think it helps to give it an illusion of space. I'm putting the marker on its side to give it a thinner line and build off of it. I wasn't feeling that top yellow line right here, so I made a mental note to take it out later. You don't want to wipe decisions away like this because you can create more of a problem if you smear it and blur the stencil. It's better to leave it and work around it. I wanted the smoke to go over and under this leaf. I'm thinking of how a smoky substance would move in the air, playing with different ways it moves until I find something that I like. I'm making a mark so I can tell myself I'm not going to use that piece of negative flow that I just drew. I'm moving on to the darker marker now, making decisions on what I want to keep. I still wasn't liking where the leaf was going. I decided to push the petal to the right a little because it was still creating a tangent. By extending the petal out to the right, I could keep the leaves where they were at. I like to put little spikes on the leaves to give it some texture. This is why I'm using dots instead of lines. I'm being a little more careful with the darker marker. If I do any wrong move, I have to make a mental note because there isn't any other way of knowing which is the correct line. I'm trying to move a little faster while I'm drawing in the veins for the leaves. Moving a little quicker will help create a straighter line. Right here, these lines are not so parallel, but I'm sure I will catch that when I line the leaves later on the tattoo. It's funny because even now, looking at what I did, I would probably change it up a little bit if I could. Right here, I'm moving fast trying to make these lines really straight. I really like drawing directly on the skin. Freehand drawing tends to fit the body a lot better than a pre-drawn stencil with negative flow on it. It can end up looking stiff instead of fitting the natural flow of the body. Now when I'm drawing the form of the negative flow, I will use darker marks to create that outline. So when I bloodline the flow, I will line the outer edges of the darker marker. You can see there is a little bit of negative smoke coming from the forearm. I'm going to continue that into the piece to help them flow together. A little disclaimer here, if you are absolutely new to tattooing, this is probably not the best video for you. You need to learn the basics, learn how to shade, and different shading techniques. I will be talking about a lot of stuff, like the way I'm moving, and you probably won't be able to follow along if you don't have those fundamentals. This is aimed more towards tattooers that have been tattooing that want to advance their skills, or if they feel stuck and want to see other tattooers and what they're doing. Sometimes it helps to break through the wall that can be there when you're in a rut. For this tattoo, I'll be running my machine at 9.5 volts. For this portion of the tattoo, I'm using a .25 3-round liner from Cheyenne. They are the most reliable small needles, smaller than a regular 3-round liner that I've found. I'm using my 2-drop wash right here. Moving along quickly, tapping the skin just enough to mark the edge of the smoke without making a dark permanent line. I'm trying to mark the skin so later when I go in with a shader, I can shade off of that. It's really light. Even right now, if I was to wipe the stencil off, you almost wouldn't see the line I just put in. That's because I'm being light on the skin, not really going too deep while moving at a good speed. If I was to wipe this too much, the marker would be the first thing to wipe off. The stencil stays a lot longer than a permanent marker. I spent all this time drawing this on, so I want to be as careful as possible. The first thing I'm going to do is line everything I drew to mark it before it disappears. Again, with my lightest wash, using my 3-round liner and moving at a quick pace. If you stop right now to let the tattoo heal then come back, you would have a hard time finding the line. That's how light it will heal. There is a piece of negative flow I decided to leave out right here. I felt like it was too much. I'm lining the outside of the darker marks I made of the negative flow. If there is any inconsistencies from the marker line, I'm going to refine it to make it as straight as I can. Meaning, I'm not following it exactly. If I feel like it needs to go thicker or thinner, I'll make those decisions on the fly. Think about the line work as if you were drawing with your darkest marker, slowly correcting the marker drawings as you go darker. You want to sculpt out the lines for the best final outcome. You still have to make mental notes. When you wipe this, some of that marker is going to disappear and the stencil will still be there. Make sure that you are not going to line in the petals inside the negative areas, or you will lose the negative flow effect. I'm sorry for the bad angle. I had multiple cameras but some malfunctioned. I'll definitely have them set up better next time. I'm lightly lining the negative flow using a 3-liner and my lightest wash. I haven't found any other needles that are consistently as small as the 0.25 3-round liners from Cheyenne. I haven't had much luck using single needles. I have much better luck with the edge of a mag. I'm lining all the negative smoke, keeping in mind where it's going. If it's going behind or in front of something, I want to make sure that it reads that way in the line work. That's why I like to plan out the flow and the leaves in my rendered drawing. Even though I'm not copying the negative flow from my rendering, I'm still using it as a guide for composition. I'm going to line the negative flow on the whole thing before I line the leaves. While I have the lighter tone in my needle, the leaves are going to be black, so I'm trying to avoid getting a darker wash in my needle before lining that negative flow. If the needle isn't cleaned correctly, it will make an unwanted permanent mark when going back and forth between a dark and a light wash. Even with this light wash, whenever I continue a line, I'm starting behind where I've left off. You want to make it look like a one-pass line. Once I'm done lining the negative flow with the light wash, I will go into my 3/4 cap and start lining the leaves. You can see I'm starting behind where I went into the skin last. Even when I'm exiting, I'm lifting up slowly, not abruptly stopping and pulling out. Even though it looks a little dark, it's still that light wash. You will see when I dab the ink, it's almost not even there. The line I drew in the dark permanent marker was a little thicker than I wanted, so I thinned it out a little bit. I wasn't really feeling where I split the negative flow into two, so I made the negative flow into one. Now that the smoke is done, I'm going to start lining the petals with the same light wash. I went through that negative flow right there, but I decided to take that out because I thought it was too much. Now when I'm doing the petals, I'm actually putting the ink in as if I was putting in a line with that light wash. I'm just trying to give the bottom of this petal a clean edge. I'm moving faster than when I lined the negative flow using the same wash. I was pulled out of the skin enough to where I'm just barely marking the skin. Pretty close to a bloodline, except a bloodline you usually just use water. Again, I'm doing this before the leaves because I'm still using the lighter wash. I don't want to put any darker ink in my needles just yet. I'm being careful not to go into the negative flow. Definitely more of a deliberate line, taking my time to make sure it's making a nice clean line. You want to get all these edges as clean as you can. When you're using a small needle, the shakiness shows a lot more. If you were using a 7 liner, it wouldn't show as much shakiness, but with a 3 tie, any movement at all is going to show. You can see I'm not wiping, I'm more dabbing the ink out. If this was straight black, it would be a lot messier. When you dab while using straight black, it will leave a black stain, but because it's light wash, it really won't make a mess. I'm being mindful not to mark any lines inside the negative flow. It's important not to ruin that negative flow effect. In anything realistic, there isn't any lines. When I'm lining these petals, I'm using my lightest wash. This way I can control the darkness at a later stage of the tattoo. Meaning if I want some of these petals to have a darker edge, I can go in later and make it darker, rather than being a black line and have to hide it later. I know when this heals out, the light wash will give an edge without being a black line. looks like I'm using a black line to line the rows, but I'm using a light wash. I can build up my tones without outlining everything. I'm trying to avoid black lines. A lot of people like to work from the bottom of their stencil to the top so they don't wipe it away. In most situations, I like to bloodline the whole stencil to have the information that I need that can't be wiped away. This helps me to build up in layers. I try not to put too much detail in my stencils. It can quickly become a mess if I wipe the wrong way. Plus, I found that I would get stuck in the little details in smaller areas. You can stencil a petal and all the little veins in that petal, but there isn't any need to. It could end up making it look worse in the end. Your aim should be to make it a good looking petal with vein texture rather than copying every little detail from the reference. I'm definitely for adding important details. It's easy to overdo detail if you are focused in on one area. Get the important shapes in and look at the piece as a whole. After that, go in and add details or texture. I used to overcomplicate them. Especially if there was a lot of little details, it becomes hard to read when you can easily get lost in an overcomplicated stencil. I know a lot of people who like them very detailed. If that's something that works for you, that's fine. For me, I only like to mark off full shades of black, highlights, the edges of objects, and more important shapes. After that, I will go back and add a bit more without getting too carried away. Keeping the stencil simple makes it easy to read. This also makes it easier to find mistakes if the stencil wasn't placed properly. On any curved part of the body where the stencil does not lay flat, it can fold over on itself and create double lines. The overlaps and double lines will be easier to spot if your stencil is not overcomplicated. Even though I'm still using my lightest wash that barely marks the skin, I'm being careful not to line where I'm going to have a transition. I'm still marking the shadow as if it's shading with a darker wash, not putting any unnecessary marks on the skin. If I mark this part of the stencil with a hard line, you wouldn't see it when it's healed, but you would when it's fresh. It would be one less distracting thing to an all-around better outcome. Same thing right here, making sure not to put a solid line. You can see right here I added another line that wasn't in the stencil. That's because in the reference there is a lip of where the light is catching the top of the petal. This goes back to making stencil simple. If I was to add those two lines that close together on the stencil, there's a pretty good chance that they would blur together. I leave it out of the stencil and add it in the tattoo because I know the highlight is there. Having that highlight exactly where it's at in the photo is not that important. I'm doing it again right here for the petal next to it. I'm not worried about any stencil lines that I know are going to be in complete shadow. I know later I will hide them with darker shades. Again, I'm quickly shading using my lightest wash with the same hand motion if I was using a darker wash. I can show where the fade starts so it doesn't disappear when I wipe off the stencil. I do this to show where the fade starts so it doesn't disappear when I wipe off the stencil. I know it's kind of controversial, but I know old school tattoo artists frown on adding too much detail and how long it will last. No matter what you do, every tattoo is going to fade one day. Even if you pack it with detail the right way, if you pack the tattoo with detail the right way, it can hold that detail for a long time. Even when it fades, it's going to fade with the tattoo as a whole. It might lose a little detail over time, but it helps the overall picture. In my opinion, it's better to enjoy having that detail in the tattoo than an old school version with no details. I'm being picky so that I know that when I wipe off the stencil, I will be able to work off the bloodline. The center part of the rose can be a bit tricky. I've definitely messed up some in the past by getting confused about all the information in the center of the flower. Sometimes you can mark the wrong line by looking back and forth in your reference too much. Make sure to take your time and get it right. Once it's there, it's there. Mistakes will happen. I used to be really hard on myself thinking a realistic tattoo had to be exactly like the reference I was using. But just because it's not exactly like it is in the photo doesn't mean it's any less realistic. Once you get more confidence, you will start making more of the on-spot decisions, understanding what improves the style you are going for rather than copying everything you see in a photograph. The center of the flower might blur out a bit over the years, but putting the detail in with a dark wash will help it last, instead of having the solid black spread underneath the skin and blur together over time. If you put two thin lines of solid black close together, those lines will eventually turn into one thick black line. It actually doesn't take long for that to happen. It makes a cleaner line and holds a shape a lot longer if you line with a diluted black. This is something that I've tested over the years. I'm starting to line the leaves with my 3/4 cap of black diluted with distilled water. I find that when I use straight black with small needles, it's more prone to blowouts. Diluting the ink will still give you a really dark line, but more consistent. For my experience, it holds better. Whenever I use straight black with a regular 3-round or smaller, it spreads inside the skin more than with a diluted black and distilled water. just watered down enough so where it's not so thick underneath the skin. Right now I'm using that 3/4 cap black, moving quickly, marking the lines where I want them to be. I know from experience I'm going to come back to these lines later to take my time and make them as clean as I can. It's important to note that the marker drawing is just a guide. If I feel like the lines need to be moved, I'm still going to make those adjustments. I corrected some of these lines because I felt like they were a bit off angle. With this style of leaf, I only use straight black. You will still see the lines under the solid black shading. Whenever you put something in with the liner versus a shader, you will see a difference in darkness. Color packing with a liner is very dark, and color packing with the mag will make it black, but slightly less dark. If you've ever done tribal and noticed when it heals, the outside lines are always darker than the shading inside the tribal. Because these are stylized leaves made up by me, I like to make the outside border of the leaves with spikes to add texture. I think it helps to make them look somewhere in between realistic and stylized leaves. I'm slowly pulling out the needle for each individual spike. If you move too quickly, they will look more like dots instead of spikes. In this area, the skin is thin and can be hard to work with. It's easy to go too deep and create blowouts, so you want to be careful. I'm getting a good 3-point stretch to control how far the needle is going into the skin. I'm a really big fan of leaves. I think they can fit anywhere. I'm sure it goes back to when I did a lot of traditional and it just stuck with me. It took me a long time to play around with a bunch of leaves until I found the style that I liked. I'm going to fast forward this a little because the camera angle wasn't very good. With all the leaves, I'm doing the same technique. Spikes on the edges, parallel lines, make them as straight and the same distance from each other. Really, they're made up so you can do them however you like. Make your own style, why not? Remember, when choosing a reference, everything white is going to be skin tone. You can't go lighter than whatever your skin tone is. When you are using white, use it only to show glares like in jewelry, metal, or something wet like the glares in eyes or water droplets. You don't want to use them on the whole tattoo. White tends to turn yellow over time, and if you are not careful, it can heal really splotchy. Remember, the more you use white, the more you bring it towards the center of your value range, devaluing the white by making it more of an average tone. The more white you use, the less whites will be white. It's best to save it for the really white points and keep those white parts as highlights. Try saying that 3 times fast. On my reference, I know the leaves look bad, but I've been doing these leaves long enough to know in my head how I want them to be. Whenever I'm drawing them for my reference, I'm not rendering to completion. I'm more rendering for composition, to make sure the leaves come out in the right area so they fit the body. Always make sure to pay attention where the light is coming from in your reference. Make sure whatever you draw on doesn't conflict with the light source of the subject. The light source is coming from the top right of the flower. Anything that I draw on should match that light source. At this point, I've lined all the leaves, so if I lost my stencil, I will still be okay. Now I'm moving on to mark all the shadow areas in the center of the rose with the 3/4 cap black. I'm using the 3/4 black to save some value range for the very end to really push the blacks. I'm blocking in the shadow with the same 2.5 3-round liner as if it was a mag, moving with the curve of the petal. I'm moving quickly through the stencil, not making any hard lines. This depends on the area though, and how fast I would move to make that line. If I'm lining a petal that's not in shadow, I'm moving quickly. If I'm lining any part of the petal that is in shadow, I would be moving slower to make it darker. I was putting in a dark line but not as deep or moving as slow as the other areas. I want to shade off that point with a lighter wash. I'm continuing on lining the flower, only adding the darkest lines where it's black on the reference. This area right here looks solid black. You can do this with solid black and the outcome would look great. But I like to go a step further and put details in the shadows to look more realistic. If you're referencing a high contrast photo, the details in the shadows will be lost, making them all one tone. Try working with a high contrast photo and an unedited photo to see inside those shadows. From there, you can add any details you like. You should always make sure your client is comfortable. Before every session, I start off by saying, for any reason at all, you need to get up, move, or use the restroom. If you get hungry, need some water, anything at all, just let me know. I'll try my best to make them feel as comfortable as possible. Some clients are afraid to ask for something or take a break because they don't want to be rude. You should break this feeling right away and let them know that it's okay if they want to move or go to the restroom. I would say ask if they want to stretch at least every 30 minutes or so. Depending on the position that you have your client, sometimes the body part could be losing circulation at a certain way you're holding the arm. It's really hard to get tattooed all day, especially if it's in an area where they lose circulation to that body part. The more comfortable they are, the better the tattoo will be. Think of your reference as a guide, not necessarily a map. If you see something in the reference that you want to make stand out, feel free to enhance it. Don't be afraid to add light sources or put interesting shadows on it. Whatever you feel necessary to bring attention to what you want attention to. Play around, have fun with it. You are in control of what you want the eye to see. I'm packing this darker area between these two petals with a 3/4 wash. I do this to have room in my value range to go darker at a later stage of the tattoo. I like to save adding straight black to darken anything that needs to be darker. The 3/4 wash is dark, but the solid black is noticeably darker. This area I'm shading right now looks like one shade of black, but if you look deep into the shadows, on the reference there's gradients to show the petal folding into the bud even though it's deep in the shadow. I like to add these details to give it the look as if the petals are folding in on itself. It takes practice training your eye to see what is actually there. At the end of the day, it's your decision to take what you want out of the reference and put it into the tattoo. In the areas like the center of the bud, I simplify the detail to account for what holds as a tattoo. You will learn the balance of how much detail the skin can hold as you get to see your healed tattoos come back. Roses are great for learning. You can try different styles of lining, shading, texturing, or play around with different techniques. You can add them to stiff subjects like a clock or a portrait to help create movement. I'm pulling out my 7 mag from Cheyenne and going in with a darker mid-tone to start blending in the shadows. I like to evenly saturate the area with my 18 drop, then blend inside that with a darker wash. Just like the shadows of the flower bud, I'm using a darker mid-tone to saturate the area, then a darker wash to build the details. Same concept, but slide to the lighter side of the value bar and use those tones. It's difficult to see the value difference on a fresh tattoo, but noticeable once the tattoo is healed. You can see I'm not packing in the ink, but instead I'm doing a sweeping motion to layer the wash into the skin. One sweeping motion at a time, building up to the tone that I want. I will go through the whole thing with a mid-tone and map out the tattoo. This helps me to separate the shadow family from the light family. I'm going from the edge with an 18 drop wash and blending it out to skin tone. This is one area where I'm coming back at the end of the tattoo and will darken up those shadows. I'm taking my time trying to be really precise. I know it looks like I'm sweeping back and forth, but I'm actually whipping in one direction, starting back again at the beginning point with every stroke. I'm focusing on the back part of the fade, making sure that it's consistent where it meets the line. Here I'm using the 18-drop wash to block in the shadows of the flower bud. Later I will go back in with the darker wash to darken the shadows. It's hard to see the true tone when I fade from the 18-drop wash to the darker shadows. It looks close in value fresh, but you will see a difference once the tattoo is healed. I keep saying this, but it's something that you consistently have to keep in mind for the final product. I've had fresh tattoos look amazing when I finish but healed super flat. I'm working these tight areas with the edge of the mag. Here I'm barely touching the skin with the edge of the mag to give it an edge. It's not that dark in the photo, but I want to enhance it. I'm using a 3/4 wash to leave room to darken the blacks later in the tattoo. These shadow areas would normally be solid black, but I want to add more details into it later. At the end of the tattoo, I'm going to come back in and push all the blacks where they need to be. Even in the shadows, I like to put straight black from the darker parts of the shadows and fade it out to a 3/4 cap black. It's a small difference, but I think it adds something to the overall piece. Get familiar with what your tones heal like on different skin types. It's important that your client is happy with their fresh tattoo, but it's also important for the tattoo to look better in its lifetime. The goal at the end of this is to look good when it's healed, not to look good when you are tattooing. So you are trying to think ahead and make sure all your tones are going to be what you want them to be when they are done healing. That's something to always keep in mind. I can't stress that enough. Lately, I haven't been posting pictures of fresh tattoos because I feel like they look best when healed. It feels good to post a picture of a fresh tattoo to get that instant gratification, but I think it's also important to show what the tattoo looks like healed. This area right here, I'm also using my 3/4 wash. There is a small fade where it comes out of that back petal, and I'm trying to capture that. There is a small fade where it comes out from that back petal, and I'm trying to capture that. I'm overshooting these midtones to account for when the tattoo is healing and your body absorbs the ink in the healing process. You will start to learn over time how to gauge what the tones are going to look like after it's done healing. I'm trying to be precise, paying attention to where the needles are hitting and only touching the skin where I need to. I'm using the edge of the mag right here to bring out the corner of the petal. Now I'm going back here and reinforcing some of these darks. When the skin is broken, it soaks up the ink really quickly. Only do this a few times to avoid overworking the skin. I'm using the corner of the mag here again to get these corners real tight. Making sure not to lazily put ink in the center of the rose where it doesn't go, and ruin the clean rosebud effect. I like to start the fade with a sweeping back and forth motion, then pack from that fade to where the shadow starts. I'm building up these tones to the point they need to be. It looks like I'm going far back and forth inside the skin, but the amount of time I'm in the skin is not long at all. I'm following through with my strokes so they look like they're going out farther than they are. I'm packing that 3/4 wash into where I started the fade. I use my headlamp to look closely into the skin to see if it's fully saturated. The light will go through the first few layers of skin to see if you need to apply more ink. Right now I'm switching to my 5-drop wash. I'm starting to shade the ends of the petals that are folding into the center of the flower. I'm going over with my light wash to push the petals back behind the ones in front of them. Slowly layering that light wash to build up the center petals falling into themselves. I'm going into the skin, but I'm not digging too far in. I'm only going in as much as I need to, staying on the top layer so I can get that tone that I want by how many layers I apply to it. And the same thing with this bottom petal. I'm adding shading to the center to give the illusion that the petal is behind the one in front of it. This helps to give depth to the center of the rose. I'm back with my 3/4 cap black, adding these shadows with the edge of the mag, fading in these shadows of the petals. This is probably my most used wash. In between changing tones, I remove the needle and clean it with a fresh napkin. I don't normally work with a rinse cup, I just bounce back and forth between washes. I've gotten used to working like this. If I go from a dark to a light wash, I'll clean the dark wash out of my needle and go straight to the light wash. I know that some of that darker wash is still in the needle, so I'll find an area in the tattoo that is between those two tones and use it there. Then I can dip into my light wash knowing that it's free from that darker wash. Rinse cups work great also, I've just gotten used to working this way. I'm adding a little shade on this petal right here. It looks like I'm going back and forth inside the skin, but I'm starting at the same point and lifting up with every stroke. Here I'm sweeping back and forth in and out of the skin towards the darker part of the petal. Again, this looks a lot darker than it will when it's healed. Know your tones well so you know what they heal like. I'm toning the shadow part of this petal here with the lightest wash. I'm using a sweeping motion, not packing. If you were to pack in the shade, it would be too dark. It's better to build the tones and stop where you get to that desired tone. I like to do a sweeping motion building up to the tone that I want, then come in from the shadows and blend with a darker wash. Now I'm going back in with the black. I was really trying to push those shadow areas out a little more. There is ways to get a lighter tone with a darker wash by how fast you move and how deep you go into the skin. When you learn that, you will have more control shading with the same wash. This is one of the areas that are in shadow. I want to add light to the shadow to show detail you normally wouldn't see just by turning up the contrast on a photo. This darker midtone is probably the lightest wash you want to use inside of your shadows. From this wash to the left is all shadow family, and this one to the right will all be the light family, to help separate your shadows from your lights. This isn't a must rule that I follow, but it's something that helped me learn what tones to use in what area. I'm toning the whole area here, keeping the darker area on the rim of where that shadow starts, giving it a light inside that shadow area. Everything I'm doing is a bunch of subtle stuff to add up to a more realistic tattoo. You can simplify everything. Keep the darks darks and the lights light, and it will still come out to a readable tattoo. This is just going the extra mile to make that much more of a realistic tattoo. I'm putting a line to show where the fade from midtone to black is going to start. I'm shading into the black area, then getting my darker wash and shading into the fade. I like to wait to the end to pack solid black in the darkest areas. Here I'm using the 3/4 cap of black. I'm darkening where the petal is falling behind the other petals so it looks like it's underneath. It helps to think of shades as layers. The lightest shade will get brought to the front and darker shades will move back. So if you have something you want to bring to the front, darken what's around it. And vice versa, if there's something standing out too much, you can shade it to push it back in space. going in with the needle exactly where I want to start shading, then pushing forward in a consistent motion. With every single stroke, I'm whipping it out deliberately with even pressure. Every single time you go into the skin should be with purpose. The center part of the rose is starting to come together. Little subtle shades that make the petals look like they are folding into each other. I like to add some bounce light to give the center a glow. This is why I'm leaving some skin open in the inside of that petal. Following the shape of the petal, shading in the same direction. I'm going to lightly shade the skin to lift the negative flow above that petal, because the highlight of this petal is under the negative flow. Another instance where I'm not following my reference exactly, I'm bringing out the petal by shading around it with a slightly darker wash. I'm working in the cast shadow of this petal with a 5-drop wash and sweeping motion, really working it into the skin. I'm setting the fade for a cleaner transition, starting with a light wash. I'll go back with a darker wash and do smaller sweeping motion to further blend into the shadow family. I'm using my lighter wash on this petal but more aggressively. I know later I'm going to fade into this with a darker wash and bring out the edge of that petal. I'm pretty happy with the bud at this point. I'm going to start sculpting the lines on the leaves. Going back in with my 3/4 cap black, starting to tighten up these lines and make them crisp. I'll continue to re-sculpt the lines until they are consistent, being mindful not to damage the skin. I like to add a cast shadow from the flower onto the leaves. This helps create an illusion of space in between them. I'll also add a light source from below the flower. This made up light source gives a glow effect as if the light is bouncing off the flower onto the leaves. I like to put in thin dark lines by going back and forth on the same line without going too deep. If you go too deep, the ink spreads inside the skin, making the line thicker. So I will work in the line a few times, being careful to stay on the top layers of skin. When I come back to do these spikes, I'm going into the ones I already did, adding more spikes in between to fill the line out more, and also to add some texture. When I lined the leaves before, I was barely marking the skin, moving quick to prevent trauma. I usually only use solid black to shade the leaves in to contrast the softness of the flower. When I start to shade in the leaves, I'm making up highlights and where they're coming from. Stylistically, I tend to shade them in the same way for most situations. I'll pick a darker side and shade from that one side to the other to give the leaves some volume. This is another area where I'm imagining the backlight is bouncing off the flower onto the leaves. This creates more of an illusion of space in between the flower and the leaves. I'm shading towards the back end of the leaf from the made-up light source I just mentioned. Be careful not to mark the skin in any unwanted areas. Black is very unforgiving. Every time you touch a skin should be deliberate. When fading from one end to another, make sure to whip out from the shadow to the light side. Adding black in the leaves will make the gray shades in the flower look softer in comparison. I like to use a lot of black and skin tone in the leaves to make them high contrast. Compared to the flower that is more mid-tones, it helps to separate them more. It looks like I'm sweeping back and forth inside the skin, but I'm actually only whipping in one direction right here. This is where I'm setting the fade for the transition from black to skin tone. Then from the tip of the leaf to the fade is going to be solid black. The cast shadow where the negative flow goes over the leaf wasn't matching up directly, so I'm matching up the cast shadow on both sides underneath the negative flow. I'm making sure that the tip of the leaves are solid black. I want to make sure that this is the darkest part of the whole tattoo. The leaves are not this dark in real life, it's more of a design choice. I think it makes the leaves less distracting and helps the rose attract more attention of the eye. I'm doing the same thing for all the other leaves, adding the cast shadow from the flower, putting the made up backlit light source, and getting bounce light onto the leaves to help give it glow. I'm always being careful not to go into the negative flow. I will use the same light source from the leaf I did before to shade the leaf next to it. The gradient from black to skin is from left to right from the center of this leaf. I'm continuing with the same pattern on the leaf next to it. It's important if you see something that needs to be fixed, fix it as soon as you see it. If you wait too long, you might forget that it needs attention. Throughout the video, you will see me randomly jump to spots that need to be fixed. I left some skin tone on the edge of the leaf to show thickness. I try to put the cast shadow from the flow onto the leaves. This shows that the negative flow is curling over and under the leaves. I'm thinking about where I want the light part of the leaf to best accentuate the cast shadow of the negative flow. I'm not going to shade the leaf all dark on one side if that's the only area to show where the cast shadow is falling over the leaf. I will move the light part of the leaf so that the cast shadow has somewhere to show that it's falling on the leaf. If I made the leaf completely dark, there wouldn't be anywhere to give the negative flow a cast shadow to pop it out over the leaf. I'm trying to show a gradient within the cast shadow to show how much the negative flow is lifting over the leaf. The closer the cast shadow is to the leaf, the darker it would be. There would be less bounce light and continuously getting lighter as it moves further away. Whenever the darkest part of the cast shadow falls where the negative flow is closest to the leaf, it helps give the illusion that the negative flow is floating above that leaf. The farther it is away from the leaf, the lighter the cast shadow should be. These tricks will apply to anything that you're wanting to make look like they are floating. I'm not packing black into the whole leaf. I'm only toning it with the solid black, and at the very end I'll pepper over the whole thing with the solid black to give it a more unified look. On this leaf, I'm using a solid black, fading to skin tone from the center of the leaf to the left. I like mag marks for the texture of the leaves. I think the texture from the 11 mag looks good. I'm leaving skin tone on the top of the leaf, so when I add the cast shadow from the negative flow, it will give the illusion that flow is floating over the leaf. I'm making sure to get the tip of the leaf solid black and applying a smooth gradient from the tip to the base of the leaf. I'm adding the shadow casted onto the leaf from the flower. I'm putting a gradient from black whipping towards the flower so it looks like a light is coming from behind, bouncing off the flower onto the leaf. I'm doing this for every leaf. I was trying to give the tattoo a unique shape by adding leaves in interesting ways. I like the points coming out from the leaves in different directions to give better composition to fit the body. Every gradient in these leaves is from solid black to skin tone. I'm always moving back and forth, not staying in one area of the skin too long. I don't want to leave any needle marks. If you are shading circles, you will see those circle marks inside the skin. I'm brushing in and out of the skin and fading from dark to skin tone. I started doing my leaves like this when I used to do a lot of neo-traditional. They kind of stuck with me when I started doing my black and gray realism. I'm using my 3/4 cap black and making these lines sharp. Then I will go back into the spiky parts and add more texture if it needs it. Lots of subtle things to add up to a cleaner tattoo. I did what I'm familiar with on this tattoo, but every now and then I'll have some fun with the leaves and make them in a different style than I normally do. I'm attacking the leaves in all the same way. I put the line work in, then I add the black gradients in the leaves to give some volume. I'm refining each individual spike on the leaf. My goal for the leaves is not to look realistic, but to complement the flower. I'm making them as clean as possible so they are not distracting to help the flower pop out more. These are all things you should think about to bring your piece to the next level. You don't want to move fast, just take your time. There is no reason to be in a hurry. A lot of the lines on the leaves are going to get covered up in black. Where the skin is showing through is where I want these lines to look really clean. A base of clean line work to work off of. I'm attacking the leaves just like the other side of the flower. I'm not trying to change it up too much, making them all consistent and have the same feel. I'll change up the leaves a lot depending on the vibe I want to give the flower. If I wanted to make the flower look more feminine, I'll make the leaves look more realistic. I could also make the leaves look like they are falling into the distance. It adds to the composition without being distracting, complementing the flower and also giving a more feminine vibe. When I do these smaller leaves, I'm not exactly sure where I'm going with it. I'll pick an edge where I want to catch some light on the leaf to give some thickness. That's why I'm leaving some skin tone on the top right of the leaf. I'm whipping out from the tip of the leaf towards the rose with solid black to create a gradient. I'm adding a cast shadow from the flower onto this leaf, same as the rest of all the other leaves. I'm whipping towards the rose from the starting point of the cast shadow. I usually make the starting point of the cast shadow the darkest. It wouldn't necessarily trans that way in real life, but it helps the feeling of space. It looks like I'm putting in black, but I'm adding a gradient from where the starting of the cast shadow is up to the flower. This heals, it will look like the light is bouncing from the flower to the leaves. I'm shading close to the line, but I'm leaving space for the edge light, shading outwards to the center of the leaf. That's going to give the leaf some volume. I'm doing the same concept for all the leaves. I'm consistently whipping out almost with a rhythm, from black shade to skin tone. I'm going to make the tip of the leaf solid black like the rest of them. I'll wait towards the end of the tattoo and apply some Bactine, then darken those blacks to where I want them. I'm paying attention to my reference to make sure that I'm not going over any of the petals that I'm not supposed to. These leaves are from imagination, from experience doing them over and over again. I'm imagining a light source in my head and thinking about how the light will shine on the subject. The light source is coming from the top right of the flower, so I'm adding the same light source to the leaves. I'm going over the solid black areas again, making sure that it's fully saturated. I know that I haven't tattooed the skin enough to overwork it. That's something that comes with experience and knowing how much you can go over an area without damaging it. I'm going over the entire leaf to add some mag texture, even on the skin tone areas. more small things to add value to the tattoo as a whole. I'm going into the area of this leaf and saturating that solid black. I'm adding a cast shadow on the leaf from the one above it. I would add detail in the cast shadow if I had more room. I would darken the cast shadow where I would imagine the leaf is closer to the leaf above it. It's too small of an area for this, so I'm going to just make it straight black. I'm shading close to the line and leaving skin to show the rim light on that leaf. I'm adding the cast shadow from the negative flow, imagining as if it's floating over the leaves falling towards the background. Making it dark where the flow and leaf are almost touching, giving it the feel that the negative flow is floating by making the cast shadow disperse as they move further away from each other. Have fun playing around with different ideas. I've been trying different techniques to see if they work for a while now. Don't feel bad if you're not getting this right away. It's going to take some mistakes and time. If you're having trouble, don't give up. No one is going to learn overnight. It can be a really long learning curve. It takes weeks before you get to see what you tried healed well. That's even if they come back. I wouldn't suggest tattooing it if you can't replicate this drawing on paper. If you don't understand why you're putting the shades in and where, you're not going to be able to do it on skin. Learn and get that proof of concept down, then move over to the real thing. Back before I attempted to do any tattoos when I was still learning, I would design the tattoo, then replicate it on paper. I would go through and redraw the whole thing to make sure that I could do it. That way, if some of the stencil was to disappear, I wouldn't be screwed and not know what to do. I would already have gone through the whole thing and been comfortable with the design. I would do this with everything. I would physically go and draw the design over again, so every tattoo I was doing twice. I highly suggest doing this if you're not comfortable with the design. Most people won't do this, but it is what will take you to the next level. Obviously, it's not something you're going to have to do when you get further into your career, but in the beginning it really helps. Another good tip before you try to take on a large tattoo is being in the mode of Another really good tip before you try to take on a large tattoo is being in the mode of knowing you're about to do an all-day tattoo. It can make a big difference if you're having a bad day and about to do a piece that you've been wanting to do. Say your day has started off bad, you're in pain or not feeling well, this can 100% throw off the outcome of the tattoo. You should make sure that you're in a good mood and have gotten enough sleep before attempting to do a large piece. I'm continuing with the same light source from the other leaves. I'm whipping back and forth, making sure to leave some skin tone on the edge of the leaf to show the rim light. I'll go back later and shade over it to leave the rim light more subtle. I like to make the leaves high contrast to relate the shine of a real leaf. Even though it's an illustrative version, it helps give it some shine. The direction you're whipping should be consistent with the direction of what you're shading. I'm cleaning up some of the edge of the leaf, getting solid black whipping towards the flower. I do this compositionally to help move the eye towards the center of the flower. When you think you are done with an area, go back and spot check the whole area. All those little inconsistencies being fixed can make a big difference at the end of a tattoo to make the whole thing look cleaner. Don't wait if you see something that needs to be fixed. Fix it right away. I'm cleaning up the blacks, making them completely saturated. I'm going to shade over this whole area where I want the negative flow to stand out. You will see the gradient underneath even though I'm toning the whole area with black. I'm shading the shape of the leaf where I needed to underneath that cast shadow. So when it heals, you'll see the different gradients inside the leaf and the cast shadow. I'm doing the same technique from the other leaves to this new one. and rinse and repeat. I'm cleaning up the lines with my 3/4 cap wash. I'll shade from black to skin tone with the same light source from the other leaves, making sure the blacks are solid. I'm pulling out my 13 curve mag and using my 18 drop wash. I'll use the same wash for the entire background to control the tones of the background by how fast I'm moving my machine and how many times I go into the area. The smoother I can make the background, the better. It will sell the illusion that the negative flow is popping in and out of space. I don't want any texture from the mag to distract from the main part of the tattoo. I'm sweeping slowly, cross-hatching to make it as smooth as possible. I marked the edge of this petal so that all the petals will have the same light source. It's not in the reference, but I'm adding the shadow to separate the petal from the one underneath it. I'm going straight up to the darker bloodline and shading off of it. I don't want any inconsistencies between the bloodline and the shading. I've seen people that outline the negative flow and make it look good, but I'm trying to get a more subtle look with no lines. Since I'm only using my 18 drop wash, if I was to overdo an area, it's all going to heal very close to the same tone. If you think about it like you were drawing with an HB pencil, no matter how hard you press that pencil, it will only give you a tone as dark as that pencil can give you. But if you go in with a darker pencil, you can go and push the shadow areas if you need to. You will most likely hit the same area multiple times with the same wash because of all the tight little areas. That can give you an uneven look, so I'm giving myself a safety net knowing how dark I can make the background. It will only allow me to go so dark as the wash I'm dipping into. So I'm working that tone and fanning it back and forth with the same pressure and working that whole area. If I see an area that needs to be darkened up, I can go into that area and darken it up without affecting what's around it too much. And because I'm using the same wash, it will heal to all the same tone if done correctly. I'm not following my reference exactly right here. I'm separating these two petals so they don't blend in with one another. I'm really taking my time. A lot of this is just patience and really making sure that every stroke is deliberate and putting it where you want to. One of my biggest struggles I had was not slowing down. I'll take a break if I need to, I'll rest and come back and get into the tattoo mode. You get to a point in the day where you just want to be done. Once I'm at this point, I'll remind myself to slow down and get all the details. Every little area counts in the big picture. I know where I started this fade in the background that I can pack that 18 drop wash into the corners and safely blend it out. Again, I have that safety net of knowing I'm using the same wash. No matter how much I pack it into the skin for the most part, I know it's going to heal close to the same tone. If you were to intentionally overpack an area, I'm sure that you would see a difference. That difference though is a lot smaller when you are controlling how you put the ink in the skin and use it as a tool to get the area the same tone. This is looking really dark right now, but think ahead to what this is going to heal like and know it's going to be a lot lighter tone. I've been using the 18 drop wash so I know that it's not going to be black or anywhere near it. If you wanted to darken the background darker than the 18 drop wash, you can shade over it with a darker tone. When you shade with a darker tone over broken skin, it will absorb the ink a lot faster. You only have to hit the area a couple times to get that darker tone saturated. I don't like when shading randomly stops at the border of a tattoo, so I'm fading it out to skin tone. I'm going to add a soft piece of negative flow that flows above that flow that is already there. Then I'm going to shade over the negative flow that I need to so it doesn't stand out so much. I'm filling in this awkward space where you normally couldn't cleanly shade it without it overlapping. Again, I have my safety net of knowing that this 18 drop wash will only get so dark. I'm going to pack in the 18 drop wash as if I was packing in color. I'm not toning the area surrounding the flower. I'm wanting to give a backlit effect from a light source behind it, so I'm whipping towards the flower. I could have shaded the background one tone, but I think it makes it a bit more interesting to have that glow effect. I'm taking my time, looking deep into the skin to see if any spots need to be cleaned up. Any spots that don't have the right amount of ink will stand out under the light. I'm reinforcing that flow that I added to give it more movement. Also to fade out to skin so the tattoo doesn't abruptly stop. I think it helps if you're adding a piece of flow underneath it to bring the two pieces of flow together. You might look at something and consider that spot to be finished. I like to wipe off the area really good and clean up anything that needs to be tightened up. All these little things that you go the extra mile for will really make a big difference. I didn't get a good angle while recording this back half, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Again, I'm always moving my hand back and forth. I don't want to stay in one area too long. That will create inconsistencies and unwanted needle marks inside the skin. I'm doing the same thing from the bottom background area, adding more negative background flow and then toning it down. You want to be really careful around the negative flow. If you tattoo on the wrong part, you are going to ruin the effect. There are parts where the negative flow is coming from behind the leaf and floating over. Pay attention to make sure that you're not shading the negative area. Take your time and make sure to do it right. This back petal, I was trying to give it a different shape. Again, I'm going away from my reference. This petal is not shaded like this. I wanted to bring up the petal from the background to make it more 3D. Now I'm going through being careful, trying to get that shade throughout the background. If you're watching this, I really appreciate the support. Tattooing has really changed my life for the better, and I feel like I should help spread the knowledge to whoever wants to learn. I'm a self-taught artist, and I learned over trial and error. I never in my life thought I was going to be a tattoo artist. I didn't even know what I was doing at all, really, when I started. But I was excited to learn, and I think that's what helped me push to where I'm at today. Hopefully I'll be able to put out a lot more content. This is just one instance of how I'm doing a certain tattoo. Every tattoo I do is different, and I have different techniques for it. I'm still learning to do things every day. I might tattoo different 6 months from now than I do right now, but this is just what I'm doing at the moment, and it's working for me, and I'm really liking the way it's healing. Hopefully through this journey of me doing these and trying to document everything that I'm learning, I can help you in future videos and we can all learn together. When I'm doing the background, I'm trying to make it all the same tone. If there's any gradients in the background, it's to show where the light is coming from. I'm keeping the needle moving, trying not to create any dark spots. I'm shading up to that bloodline and being as accurate as I can with the needle. At the end of this, I'll be adding shading to what I want to appear as low spots of the negative flow to make it look like it's moving towards the back into space. This will give the illusion that it's moving in and out, weaving in between the leaves and the flower. The shading is going up into his armpit, whipping out to skin tone. I added another negative flow next to the other one to accent it and add direction to where the flow is going. I don't have an exact plan when I'm doing this. I'm letting the flow guide me. I'm trying to avoid repeating patterns. It can be distracting if you find that something in the flow is starting to look too familiar. Move it or change the angle so they don't become distracting. Your eyes are made to recognize similarities and patterns. Because this is a mid-tone and I'm packing it into the skin really well, it's going to hold detail for a long time. If you were to do this whole background in black, over the years that black would spread quite a bit, shrinking down the detail and spreading underneath the skin. But by doing it in a mid-tone, it will stay better and not spread in the skin as much over time. I tend to overshoot my midtones slightly. Over time, they will get a lot lighter and last longer if you turn up the contrast in certain areas. I thought this area looked a little plain, so I'm adding some negative accents behind the negative flow. I'm also going to add some shading where it meets the flower to make it look like it's coming from behind. I'm toning this whole area, trying to make it smooth and all the same tone. I never used to do this as much as I do now. I'll start off by shading where I want the transition to start and then go back to the area I want to fill. Not necessarily packing into that area, but into the blend point where I started. If you look closely to the background, it's dark but nowhere near as dark as the leaves. There is a lot of different techniques on how to get certain tones. I'll be making a video in the future of doing a whole tattoo with straight black to show how to get light tones with straight black or different textures. I've also used a liner for a whole tattoo before, and I'm probably going to make a video about that too. The purpose of that would be to show how versatile a needle can be. People get stuck into a box because they feel like they need to use that certain needle in a certain situation, but that's not true at all. Every time I'm about to touch the skin, I'm moving back and forth in a sweeping motion. I don't want to accidentally mark the skin in any way. I'm getting right up to the lines that I need to and making sure there is no patches in the ink, making it as smooth as I can and whipping it out to skin tone. I'm used to using my machines at 9.5 voltage for most things. I might have turned the voltage up in this area to 10 or 11 volts. The skin in this area can be bouncy and harder to work with. I have nothing against using a circular motion when tattooing. I use it a lot actually, but for the most part, as much as I can, I will use a sweeping motion. With a sweeping motion, there isn't any starting or stopping point, and the outcome will appear softer. If I know I'm going to saturate a whole area, I will use a circular motion. I think it's the most efficient way to pack in ink. But in the area that I'm working on right now, I'm layering to get the desired tone that I want. I didn't like how thick that piece of negative flow is right here, so I thinned it out a little. That's where I'm trying to show that it's bending in and going towards the background. Same thing in this area. I'm trying to tone it to give a reference point for that flow to be negative. The only way to get that flow to look negative is to have some sort of toned background, even if it's subtle. If I had lined this negative flow earlier with a darker tone, I wouldn't have been able to change it on the fly like that. This is why I use my lightest wash with a quick hand motion to mark the spot, just enough to mark the skin, but not enough to make any permanent decisions. I'm entering the skin with the mag, sweeping back and forth so the mag goes in at the same angle as the bloodline. Get to a point that you are so sure where your needles touch the skin that you don't even need to see them. If this whole thing was filled with a pool of ink, I would still be able to know where my needles are. Don't worry if you aren't comfortable yet with knowing where your needles are, it will come over time. This 18 drop wash that I'm using right now is very versatile. You can make some really soft shades of gray and also get it to be a decently dark shade of gray. It all depends on how fast you're moving your machine and how much you are saturating the skin. I'm pretty comfortable with knowing the value of my 18 drop wash, how dark I can get it by how deep I'm going inside the skin, also how light I can get it by with how fast I'm moving my machine. You don't need to use this wash setup if you are familiar with the drop system that you are used to using. As long as you are familiar with how your gray wash system heals, you can make it work for you. You should be familiar with your wash setup on all types of skin. Someone with lighter skin, I would change up my system and adjust by taking out or adding drops to each cap, depending on how dark the skin is. If I'm tattooing really dark skin, I'll use mostly the shadow values of my wash. I'll use the 4th cup as my lightest tone with a lot more black and a lot more skin tone. I started hinting towards another negative flow going out from the other leaf. I shaded it really soft so it wouldn't be as strong as the piece of flow that I'm working on right now. I'm trying to show that this is coming from behind the flower. I'm saturating the area on the outside of the flow and will go over to push it back a little. I can control how gray something is or how light something is by the speed of my hand. I'll hit the area quickly knowing that it's going to be enough to pull that back without overdoing it. Now I'm adding the shadow side of these petals and trying to keep it the same across the flower. Most of the bottom parts of the petals I'm going to make darker to show the direction of the light source. I'm going to be fading into the skin from underneath and show that there is light coming from behind the flower as if it's backlit. You can see I'm always trying to move in one direction. If I'm pushing off something, I'm following through the whole way. I like to detail roses in a certain order. I start off by bloodlining all the information that I need, then put all the detail in the center of the flower. Then I'll work on the background so I have a tone reference for the background to the flower. This helps us see the tones correctly. Then I'll render all the petals. My goal at the end of this isn't to replicate the photo exactly. It's to translate the image to read better on skin. Some areas that are not so dark, I'm going to bring up the contrast slightly. Also adjust the light areas so that the lightest areas match with your client's skin tone. You will never be able to make a value lighter than your client's skin tone, but you can compensate for that by adding contrast. From this point, I usually stick to one tone for the rest of the flower. I can use this 10 drop to show a lot of difference in tones and also blend into the skin really smoothly. I'll use this one shade to put in all the detail that I need to. Then I can go back in with the next darker shade and build up any details. I'll do this step with every cap until I get to solid black. Then I will go into the last stage, which is adding all the blacks before adding the white. I don't like to use a lot of white. I've seen a lot of tattoos with a lot of white ink. White is one of those things that I still don't quite understand. I've seen people put in a bunch of white and heal great, but I've also seen come back and not look good at all. White tends to turn yellow under the skin and doesn't age well. I'll put it to separate two blacks. Over time, the white helps to fight the ink from bleeding into each other, or to show water or something shiny like jewelry. In this case, I'm going to go back and give all these petals a little edge where the light will be hitting it. If I feel like I need to make up some forms to enhance the tattoo, I'll try and add them where I can while referencing my photo. Always referencing tones against other areas in the photo to make sure that you're on the right track. If you are referencing something next to it that looks similar in tone, like in this area right here, you need enough difference between these shades to show separation. This top petal is darker than the two underneath it, but the one on the bottom is toned evenly throughout the whole thing. I'm going to leave more skin tone to give each petal more shape rather than looking flat. I don't want to copy the reference exactly or I will lose the edges of the petals, so I'm adding some rim light. That will help to separate the petals more. I'm not going to leave a hard line of skin or pack white into it to make that rim light super strong. I've seen so many pieces where tattooers are afraid of letting skin be the light source. They will go and pack white over the whole tattoo on every single thing that would be in the light family. It does way more harm than good. Just be subtle, it'll pay off way more in the end. Here I'm trying to get that form of the petal to be folding over. This is an instance I'm saying you can use the same needle for different things. I'm using the edge of this mag to line the petal to save a little time. Mags can be very versatile. Right here I'm adding the drop shadow that's in the photo. Since the light source is coming from the right, it's leaving a hard cast shadow on the petal I'm shading right now. Actually, looking at this now, I probably wouldn't have made that as prominent as I did. I think it still works, but there's a lot going on here and it makes it a little more confusing. It goes to show that you can always make something better. This is another time where I'm starting to blend first, knowing that I'm going to shade up into the blend and smooth it out afterwards. I don't think it's a necessary step, but it helps save time. Start the blend and completely saturate back to the line. I'm going in with a darker wash to add the cast shadows from the petal above it. I started the blend, now I'm filling in the area with a circular motion. The closer I get to that blend, I'm going to be doing bigger oval motions, whipping it out slowly with each circular motion. I'm working the tone into the skin, knowing it will only get so dark. It's not going to be as dark as straight black, but it will be a nice, rich, dark shadow. While I have that darker wash in my needle, I'm going to go ahead and reinforce the shadow of this petal. If you've ever taken a picture of a portrait and desaturated it, you would see that most of the tones are in the same value range. If you copied it exactly, it would look washed out, but if you brought it into Photoshop and bring out the highlights and darks, it reads a lot better on skin. In a sense, I'm doing a portrait of this rose on the skin. At the same time, I'm making little tweaks here and there to bring out the shape so it doesn't look so flat. If you look closely into the cast shadow of the petal, you can see more bounce light in between the petals as the cast shadow gets deeper into the petal. So I'm going to try to replicate that. I'm adding this in the cast shadow from the piece of negative flow. The closer it will be to the petal, the darker I'm going to make that shadow. Towards the end, I'm going to get some of that black and really bring it out as it gets closer to the shadow. The way I bloodline the negative flow, it's going to completely disappear when healed. I'm toning the whole petal behind the negative flow to pop out the flow from that petal. If you look in the reference, the petal is mostly in the shadow family. Slowly building up those layers, whipping back and forth, even with this darker wash. If you're not understanding certain things, I would highly recommend going into the beginner videos and giving those a watch. It's looking a little scattered right now and nothing looks done, but it will come together in the end. I used to have clients look at the tattoo wondering why it looks so unfinished. You can see it on their face like, oh man, what is he doing? But definitely comes together in the end. It doesn't happen much anymore because I have more trust with my clients, I think. That trust will come in time. I'm adding this cast shadow using the 10-drop wash. I like that little dip on the fold of the petals, so I'm adding that in. I want to leave some bounce light on the petal to pop it out from the one behind it. Now I'm filling it all in. It's easy to get in your head the further you get into your tattoo. It's important to take a break and rest if you need to. There isn't anything wrong with that at all. You don't want to make permanent decisions on someone's body because you are fatigued or ready to call it a day. Always try to make your next tattoo your best tattoo. I'm whipping in the direction that the petal is folding. It's not necessarily in the photo, but it will make it feel like it's curling into the center of that petal. I'm doing this by getting the mag in the direction that I want it to go and whipping back and forth in that same motion. Every time I'm whipping over this, I'm going back and forth a little bit farther each time to blend it out, to give it a smoother blend. I dipped into my 5-drop wash to tone the petals. This petal compared to the lightest part in the picture is definitely darker than the skin tone when you look at the reference. When all the petals have all the same high contrast dark to light in the entire flower, it loses the realistic look because it's not how it would look in life. Some things are in shadow and that's just the way it is. You don't have to shade it as dark as it is in the photo, but it's important to tone the whole thing to slightly darken the value. If you tone the area around it, it will make the highlight have more light. You can see now that it's slowly starting to come together. A lot of these tones will look the same with whatever gray wash you're using. Like the gray wash that's in my needle right now, if I was to use 2 steps darker of a wash and start to shade with that, it would start looking around the same tone inside the skin when it's fresh. So you should mentally keep track of what wash you are putting into the skin, because they might look the same right now, but after it's done healing they will show its true tones. I'm putting in the cast shadow coming from behind this petal. I like this cast shadow. It's a good one to show the form of how the petal is folding back. I'm shading over this whole area on this petal to slightly push it back. I'm using the same 10-drop wash, but I'm working it into the skin more. I can use the same wash to get pretty light and also get a decent darker shade. Then I can always go back later to darken it if I need to. When I'm whipping the shadow part of this petal, I'm making sure to move in the direction of the petal. I'm going to get the 18-drop wash and fill in that whole area up to where I started that blend. I'm moving quick with tight circles to fully saturate the area. You can see that I popped out that petal in front of it. I'm getting my 3/4 wash and starting to darken those shadows. It's really starting to come together. I'm going back to my 10-drop wash, toning this back petal to darken it and further it away from the eye. I'm adding a rim light that isn't there, so the petal pops out from the one underneath it. This whole area of this petal is going to be toned in a 10-drop wash. I'm shading that whole left side of this petal to have it come over that negative flow. The only way to make the flow stand out would be to shade behind it. If you didn't have anything behind the negative flow, you wouldn't be able to see it. I'll get some Bactine and rub it into the skin, then get a napkin and place it over the tattoo. Then I'll soak the napkin with Bactine for a good 5 or 10 minutes. It helps the client sit through the entire tattoo. Anything to make the client more comfortable will help them get through the day. I'm leaving some skin tone in this petal to show where the bounce light is I see in the photo. This helps to bring out the form of the petal. Since I'm using the 10-drop wash, I can darken the area as a whole while still keeping the shading that shows the structure underneath. Layering makes it darker evenly, including the structure underneath. I'm toning that entire area because the bounce light was too bright and throwing off the shape of that petal. I'm shaping it and shading over the whole thing to darken it very slightly. I'm paying attention to my reference, looking at the tattoo, being sure everything is going where it needs to go. I'm whipping back and forth with the 10-drop wash to further blend out the same area I did earlier with the 5-drop wash. I will go back with a darker wash later to make the center part darker. I switch to the 18-drop wash to darken any shadows I see in my reference. Now it's really starting to look like something. I'm using the 10-drop wash and following the curve of the petal, shading into this petal to make it look like it's curling up. I'm moving with the petal to help show the shape. Shading with the circular motion will not show any direction. I'm lightly shading over this area to have the petal look like it's behind the one in front of it. I want the center of the flower to be what is catching the eye. It can be really scary putting in ink thinking you're going to overly darken the area. That's why I'm going to use my 10-drop wash so it leaves me some room for error, almost like drawing. If you accidentally make something too dark, the only way to make it appear lighter is to darken the area around it. Within reason, because it could start getting dark fast. This petal is the same tone throughout the whole thing, except for where the light is hitting it. If I see something that needs to be softened up, you can go in and shade the opposite direction to soften the mag marks. I'm following that curve with my needles and forcing that shape of the petal back and forth to show the way the petal is curling back. I wait till the end of the tattoo to put the solid black in. If you found this video helped you, it would be awesome if you were to go to my website and send me some before and afters. A rose that you did before and then one that you did after watching the video. I would love to check it out to see if there's anything different that you did that you felt might have helped. I would like to see how you approached the tattoo before and after you saw the video. Also to show before and afters on my website and social media. This petal is mostly in shadow, so I'm getting the 10-drop wash and toning the entire area. At the same time, I'm giving the petal more shape, working in the ink more in the darker areas. I'm going over this whole petal, even the parts that are in shadow. I'm trying to tone the entire petal together. I don't want to give it any inconsistencies. It's funny to see my hand already moving before I touch the skin. I'm always trying to stay moving. I don't want to put any unwanted marks into the skin. Now you would think the whole shadow area is going to be very close in tone, but there's still shading to show the shapes inside the shadow area. If you think of it like how an HDR TV works, it takes the detail from all the shadows and the details from all the highlights and layers them into one photo. So you get a higher definition detail in both lights and shadows. That's the effect that I'm going for here. When I'm dipping from a darker wash to a lighter wash, I'm trying to imagine what's in between those two tones before I put it into the skin. I wouldn't tattoo an area that I would normally use for that lighter wash tone. I would find a tone in my reference in between to put it in. The first time that I go into the lighter wash, it's going to have a little of that darker tone in the needle still. Then after, I can dip into a lighter wash again for a more true light wash to use in the light areas. I'm trying to be careful and follow the reference photo, looking back and forth, checking constantly. Referencing points from other points and making sure those tones are where I want them to be. I'm being very particular, going back and making sure everything is correct. I would stay away from making decisions on how to shade something if you're not comfortable making those types of decisions yet. If you are still trying to learn how to draw, practice a rose on paper and do what you see. You will start understanding more how something looks realistic and learn to replicate it better. From that point, you can start altering what you want to stand out and control the eye more. The more you tattoo or draw, you will start to create a library inside your head of things that you liked about certain pieces. Maybe how certain petal shapes look better than other petals, or how to do hair texture. Eventually, you'll start making decisions based off that to make decisions on what would look best. Say you have two petals that are too close in value and hard to read, you can pull from another rose and use something that would fit that area better. This is when you start seeing and developing a style based off your choices you like. It's important to be able to see value as it really is. You can train yourself to see value if you practice at it. Good practice would be to get an iPad, import a picture into Procreate, put the photo in black and gray, and try to match the shade of gray with the color picker. You can use the color checker to see how close you were to that value. If you were to keep doing this over and over, you will eventually understand how to read value. It's actually a really big eye-opener. You might think that it's lighter than it actually is if it was surrounded by a darker tone, but you would be surprised. If you were to take a photo of a portrait and import that into Photoshop and color pick the lightest part of the shadow and mark it somewhere off to the side, then color pick the darkest part of the highlight in the photo and compare those two, the darkest part of the highlight will always be lighter than the light part of the shadow side. Yeah, it's kind of confusing, but it's a real eye-opener. I'm starting to tone the outer portion of this petal. You can see light shining through, and I want to make the petal look translucent. One way to make something look brighter is to darken around it, so I'm going to tone it to bring that light out. I'm adding more Bactine. It's a long session on a sensitive area. You want to make sure your client is really comfortable. I'm going to slightly tone this petal to bring out the negative flow a little. There doesn't seem to be a lot of shade on this area of the petal that I'm working on right now. But if you look closely to the reference, you'll see that there's detail on top of the petal that gives it its shape, like it's being folded slightly. This is what I'm trying to capture right now. Right now I'm lightly shading onto the negative flow to make it look like it's coming from underneath the petals. I'm doing this petal just like I'm doing all the other ones. I'm trying to focus on one petal at a time to match the values that I see in the photo. If I see that one of the petals has the same value throughout the whole thing, I'll usually tone the whole thing first, then go back either with the same wash and work it in a little bit more, or I'll get a darker wash and darken the shadows. Usually whenever I'm doing a petal, I will isolate it and try to tackle that petal by itself. Taking my time, focusing on one petal at a time. With any style of tattooing, I like to focus on the area and get it as best done as I can. You do have to be careful though not to overwork the area that you're locked in on. You can easily see areas darker than they actually are if you ignore everything around it. Make sure you still account for the tones surrounding the area, or you might make a lighter area darker than it really is. Example, if you are working on a white flower and only focused on the petals, it's easy to over darken the petals by shading into it when really you would have needed to shade around the flower to make the flower look white and simplify the shading inside the flower. So train yourself to see the true value, know the limits of the drop system that you're using, and only work with the shades that you need. Most of the time, I will shade whatever side is darker. I can use that to compare how I want to shade the lighter side. With this petal right here, I can tell that the petal to the right is darker. So I will shade the right side first to compare it to the lighter petal next to it, before deciding how I want to shade the lighter petal. But sometimes it's not so evident. You really have to look at something clearly If it's only slightly different in value, accentuate them more to separate them without putting in a line. There isn't any lines in life, but a tattoo should have something to hold it together. It doesn't have to be a line, it can also be done with contrast if done in the right way. Once I'm done shading in these petals, I'll go back in with a liner and get some of the edges and fade off into the shadows. Adding some more Bactine. I'm not shy with the Bactine at all. I applied a lot more than I did in this video. I'll always have some ready to go. I don't think I've ever left a tattoo happy with it. I usually feel like there could be more done to make it better. Overall, I think it's being close to something, knowing every little detail of that tattoo. You know all the mistakes and all the things you could have done differently to make it better. Someone with fresh eyes that didn't sit there and stare at the reference all day, they're not going to have that in their head. They're most likely going to see the tattoo and really like it. Even whenever I'm excited about a tattoo, I'm excited, but in the back of my head, I'm thinking about what I could have done better. If you think you tattooed a flawless piece and there's nothing more that can be done to make it better, I suggest stepping away from the tattoo, come back at a later date and try to pick it apart. If you don't feel like you need to get better, you're most likely not going to get any better. There's always going to be room to grow and dive deeper into your style. Make yourself uncomfortable. Try different things, change it up. I'm going back with the 18 drop wash after toning the whole petal and darkening the deeper shadow areas. I'm adding the shadow of the negative flow. If I see something that needs attention, I'll work on it right away. I don't want to forget, and I'd rather do it when I see it. After you watch the video, before you attempt to do a rose, I highly urge you to find a reference and draw it and get familiar with that flower. The second time you do something, it's usually better than the first. If you've ever done matching tattoos and the first one takes 2 hours and the second one takes an hour, the second one was done faster and looks better than the first one. There is just something about going through getting familiar with something and building that confidence. I don't see many people taking that extra step. It was something that I did for every tattoo in the beginning of my career. I'm looking over the entire tattoo, trying to find anything that I might have missed or any areas that are sticking out to me. After sitting here all day referencing this rose, going back and forth trying to mirror it exactly, I like to put away the reference towards the end of the tattoo and really look at it, make decisions based on what I'm looking at and not so much relying on the reference. When someone's looking at the tattoo, they're not looking at a reference and then looking at a tattoo. Make sure the tattoo looks good on its own. We spend all this time replicating what we see in the reference, and at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter. You or your client is probably never going to see that reference photo again. It's time to go back and clean up all these edges and little inconsistencies. Be very picky. Both you and your client get up and stretch and walk around. Come back in 10 or 15 minutes with fresh eyes and make any changes that you might have missed before. Whenever I take a break, I totally saturate the area with Bactine and rub it in with my fingers to let it absorb into the skin. So that after you come back to put your final touches in, your client will be comfortable. The Bactine might not make it 100% numb, but it will definitely make a difference for the final touches and the white. I know towards the end of the tattoo you're going to be tired and ready to call it a day. I strongly urge you to reset yourself, go look at it, and really take it to the next level. If you do this with every tattoo you do, I guarantee you're going to be more happy with it. I could have easily knocked this rose out in an hour, gotten paid, and let the client go. That's not what's going to get you more higher paying clients. Slowing down and doing everything you possibly can is what's going to take the tattoo over the edge, and the clients will see this. Everything you let out the door should be the best thing that you have put out there. It takes a lot of energy to continuously have this mindset, but it's what separates the top-notch tattooers from the people that want to get paid and go home. I'm getting my quarter cap wash whipping out from the edge of the petal above it. If you go back and watch, I only hit this area 1 or 2 times. This is only one way to do a rose. I personally switch up the style of roses I do all the time, depending on what the client has or the vibe they want to go with. Every rose will have a different technique depending on the style. For this tattoo, I went with the soft looking petals and not so textured. You should always ask yourself, how can I make this better? I'm darkening under the negative flow, hovering over that petal. The skin is broken, so it's going to suck in that ink very quickly. It doesn't take much at all. I'm using my 5-drop wash to shade any negative flow that I want to look like it's moving back. Nothing crazy, I only want to give it a bend as if it's going towards the background. I'm knocking back that made up rim light that I put into that petal. It was sticking out more than I wanted it to. I moved the cast shadow out from the negative flow on the bottom petal a little lower because I wasn't happy with where it was before. I'm imagining a light source above the tattoo and thinking about where the cast shadow would fall onto the petals below. I'm cleaning off the skin really good. I'm about to go in and put the last little details with straight black before I put in the white. I'm going to use my 3-round liner from Cheyenne, and if I was being picky before, I'm going to be super nitpicky now. Anything I can do to make the overall image look better. I just got back from my break, ready and refreshed to nitpick the hell out of this tattoo. My client trying to sneak in some videos for the gram. I'm adding a darker edge to this petal because I want it to stand out above that negative flow. Try to think of it like an edited photograph. If you want the eye to go to a certain area, make that area sharper, and surrounding that, make blurry. That's why I'll make the leaves pretty simplified. I want the center of the flower to take most of the attention. I'm coming in with the white and a fresh needle. I'm adding some edges to the petals. I'm not a big fan of white. I try to use it very minimally. You can't count on white being white compared to other colors. I used a lot more white for this tattoo than I usually do. You know you have a strong tattoo if the tattoo looks good without any white. And also it's gonna stay looking great. I know there isn't any white parts in the center of the flower bud, but I'm adding white in there to keep the black from bleeding into each other over time. When that comes back healed, it's not going to come back as white as it looks now. I like it whenever the petals have some bumps and ridges. I think it looks more realistic. That's why I'm moving and jumping back and forth to add some imperfections to help give it more life. I'm using the 3-liner shading in this white to put in the glow for where the light is going through the petal. That's not going to be strong after it's done healing. I will show you in the healed pictures. It's good to look at your reference and squint your eyes to see the basic shapes of the whole thing. Earlier I left a little skin gap to put the white from the shine onto the edge of this petal. I'm not putting white over any black.
Treat them on the jaw die.
And that's it. We can call this done. From this point, I'll clean off the tattoo really well, saturate it with some Bactine, and let the skin calm down for about 15 minutes and try to get some photos. If you subscribe, I really appreciate it. I'll be having a lot more videos out soon. If you have any suggestions of what you would like to see, go to the link below and I'll try to make it happen. Thank you. Till next time, take care. Peace.